Side of carbon bottle. तो माइक आ गया, बहुत बढ़िया. मॉर्निंग पवन. गुड डे. पानी ला रहा है. बैठा क्या? Scorer. Rohan.
The sun's playing hide and seek. Overcast at the moment.
We're at the beautiful Dublin Cricket Ground in Ohio. 22 yards are taking on MSD. Very watchful David White will open the account with that shot. The two umpires for today, Onkar and Mushir. And it's MSD who won the toss and decided to bowl first. They wanted to understand how big are the boundary ropes here, how is the surface behaving, and also utilize the fact that it's overcast conditions, utilize the first 30 minutes perhaps. It's not a turf wicket, but what we saw yesterday was there is a bit of swing early on. Excellent stop. In fact, he thinks he's got him. They've started to celebrate. The umpires will get together and decide if it is a clean catch or no. And the batter can stand his ground until it is declared out. If that is the case in the end, the umpires are getting together. Very tight to tell from this angle as well. But what a good diving attempt. It's all about that anticipation. And it's one of those shots where the batter himself doesn't know if the ball's bumped and gotten to the fielder. Looks like that's not the case. Norman will have to depart. The early wickets here. 22 yards have lost their first. 4 for 1. Decided to pitch it up on that occasion, Dillon. The batter invited into the drive, and an excellent catch indeed. For a moment it looked like an attempt because the ball might have bounced just in front, but he was able to get there. The umpire decided that the fingers came underneath the piece of leather before it landed on the grass. Norman departs for 3, 4 for 1. Very important position. The number 3. And looks like it's going to be Smith Patel. The man in tremendous touch. He's scoring runs across leagues in the East Coast. Big swing and a miss, and the ball didn't bounce as much either. Smith's looking at it, suggesting it might be a regular feature, because remember, now he has a bat in hand. Very soon he'll have the gloves in hand, and behind the wicket he shall stand. It's one of the advantages when the keeper gets to bat early on in an innings. He's able to understand what the pitch is doing. Slip in place. This should be taken. Backtracking and taken. Fingers pointing upwards, inches away from the boundary rope. He had the power to clear, but not on that occasion. Little early in the innings attempts the glory shot. Smith Patel departs without troubling the scorers. The umpires again get together to see if the catch was taken cleanly. But to be honest, the angle from which they are looking at it as well, they've got to take the fielder's word for it. The ball was swaying a little bit in the air as well, but an excellent catch indeed with fingers pointing upwards, backtracking a few yards, but good boundary awareness. Smith Patel is back in the hut. 22 yards are in trouble, 4 for 2. One over gone, 4 for 2. Awais comes to the middle. David White has already seen a couple of partners depart as he was manacled to the non-striker's end. Now for the first time in the second over, will face. He's got to curtail his shots accordingly. David White is someone who loves to nurtle the ball along the ground, and we've seen him play in the West Coast more often, especially for the East Bay Blazers, where he loves to drive when the ball's pitched up. The grass is thick over here. The outfield is different. You've got to hit the ball in the air to score runs, and that is when the adaptability factor comes in. Smith decided to go for the glory shot very early in the innings and found the lone man at a very wide third man in the shape of Zia. Full toss, but not at a comfortable height. Once again, because it's the earlier part of his innings, he decided not to go inside out in a chip over the infield. Didn't want to risk it. Plays it cautiously, picks up a single. You give the same delivery at the same height, perhaps 10 deliveries later, he would have put it across. He would have had the option of either swiveling and putting it over mid-wicket or a chip over the extra cover region as well. Would it have gone for a boundary is another question, because the grass is still wet. Sometimes the ball goes really up in the air, and when it falls on the grass, it just plonks itself and doesn't go further. Syed Abdullah will have a word with Zia, and I think it is about the way Awais usually starts off. He loves that length delivery to open the face of the bat and try and pick up a single. The message has been conveyed to the fielders inside the 30-yard circle on the off. Do not give him that single, take a bigger start, and that's what they do. But eventually they will, due to a misfield. It went straight to the fielder at point. The keeper is surprised because that's not what he signed up for. It's hit the edge of the cement wicket and the ball took off. Just over. Half an opportunity. Abdullah will clear it up. Send that throw beaming in. What a fantastic attempt. Any other day that could have been a catch. Sometimes you believe you're giving your 100% and the ball's just not there. It's one of those occasions. What a good start. What a good attempt. We are not short of action here in Bhullar Cup 2022. We are 9 balls into this game. We've seen 2 wickets fall and an opportunity created. It's about respecting the bowlers in the first 30 minutes, especially till the sun shows up. Not getting value for your shots, so not only because of the thick outfield, but the grass is wet as well. Slight change in field. The covers fielder has positioned himself at least 10 yards inside the 30-yard circle to try and convert it into a catch. Rides the bounce, will pick up a single. David White's a tall man. It takes a very good bouncer to be calling it a bouncer to David. 10 deliveries, 9 for 2. Final delivery of Zia's first over. He's created one opportunity already. Bit of swing, and there is a bit of edge as well. He's pounced the catch is what the keeper believes will once again get into a conundrum. David White is having the rights in the world to stay his ground. He'll wait for the umpire's decision to come by. Again, if the keeper's word has to be taken for it, he would say, David White, haven't you started walking? What a good delivery. He'd created one opportunity early on in the over. This time, David decides to throw his bat at it with the ball swinging a little bit. Just enough to kiss the outside edge. The ball was dipping on the keeper, as the umpires will eventually tell us if it's carried or no. Looks like it hasn't. And that is where the experience of the umpires come in. The experience come in. The experienced Onkar and Mushir, the umpires for today. So that means Zia creates not one but two opportunities within the span of 6 balls. Two overs gone, 11 for 2. Pulled, not in great control. There is a sweeper in place who'll get around it eventually. Look at the ground he covers mostly. Running at least 40 yards towards his left from the regular position at deep mid-wicket to an orthodox fine leg. Now will be stationed at fine leg. In correction, he was not a sweeper. There is no sweeper in place. In fact, there is a wall on the offside. 5 men inside the circle on the off. The 2 men are allowed to patrol the boundary rope in the first 6 overs. One of them is fine leg, as I told you. We'll bring you the other very soon. Excellent shot. He's hoiked it, but that will fall well within the area of the boundary. Not of boundary. 2 more. 4 runs of the first 2 balls, and a lot of running between the wickets for Awais and David. A very experienced campaigner, Awais. Played a lot of cricket in Pakistan. Growing up, rubbed shoulders with the legends of the game. Learned a lot from them, especially the mental aspect of the game. To stay a step ahead. Can he bring all that to the fore, especially when the outfield is not his friend? He does! Over the infield, crisply struck. No chance for the man inside the circle because the ball had enough elevation Four for the taking. We were talking about the fact there is no one protecting the boundary rope on the offside. If he gets height and more importantly width, Awais Zia will not wait for the bowler to give another invitation. He'll create a little bit room for himself, work with the existing one as well and put it away. Beautiful shot. He's a key batter for 22 yards and this is exactly why. He can play shots of that kind. That's a good comeback by Dillon. The thing about Dillon is that he can swing the ball, but we haven't bat. Fortunately for 22 yards, it did not carry. That one shot up, wide delivery. Zia still was up for it. He went for the hook. There is a man at deep backward square. Now he is also converting himself into a conventional fine leg. He's been sauntering somewhere in between the backward square and fine leg depending on what Dillon wants him on that particular delivery. For that particular delivery. Poor delivery. The keeper cannot get to it either, but does get a hand to it. Two more. We'll see a lot of running between the wickets, especially if it goes past the 30-yard circle, because not many deliveries will speed away to the boundary rope. Even if it's that kind of a delivery where the bat is not involved. Waiting for the umpire's signal on the height. It is a no ball indeed. Awais is a well-built man. He's not the shortest, but that one was definitely high. Dillon knows that the ball slipped out of his hand. He was aiming for a yorker. Or at max a low full toss, because even low full tosses are difficult to hit away early on in the innings. The free hit, he's gone through with that shot. Takes it on the bounce, the fielder in the deep, a slightly wide, long on. The reason he took it on the bounce is because catch wouldn't have been counted either way because of a free hit. It's better to take it on the bounce that way. I didn't want to risk his palm as well. That was struck hard. One delivery left. Dillon has run in so many times in this over with these wides and no balls that he will feel a little tired. He needs to gather his concentration and make sure that he delivers a perfect one to David White. Run a ball 5 for David. Missed it completely. Dillon decides to follow the batter on that occasion. It was the excellent choice indeed. 3 overs gone, 26 for 2. That shall break the shackles. It was much required for David White as well to get going. He's one of those players who can switch into different gears very quickly. That innings in Santa Clara that he played, he had to speed up while he was playing because they were trying to qualify with a big run rate and did not know how much that run rate should be. Because again, there was another game left for the East Bay Blazers. But the way David White paced his innings to start off was a little slow and then accelerated once the word came in from the dugout. Such a treat to watch, and that's exactly what he needs to do here as well. He's faced about 7 deliveries before this. This one was in the slot, pulls away. Gets into a lovely position. This should be taken, put down. Moments ago, Richards took a fantastic catch. This one was simpler of the two, and this pops out. It burst through his hands. Was struck cleanly, but not collected. A big opportunity gone down. 22 yards will breathe easy as David White has a chance to stay at the wicket and make the opposition pay. 35 for 2. Big swing and a miss. That's a good delivery. Saw the batter backing away, kept it away from his arc. We've seen Awais loves to go over point. So it's important to keep it away from him or follow him in a manner that you do not allow him to manufacture room. Just expecting the change in pace from Zia. The change in pace can come in. Then he has a chance of getting Awais out because he is prepared for something which is as quick as it gets. And that was quick as well, and Awais puts it away in style. In the gap. Over deep mid-wicket, boundary. Four overs gone, 39 for 2. The perfect finish to the over. As far as 22 yards are concerned, they're searching for momentum. And this will provide the momentum. Boundary of the first ball. What a way to invite Sion. Oh, that is the shot of the day. David White got it from the meat of the bat. And a tall man getting elevation, there's not a better sight in this world. If you're a cricket connoisseur. Had to chip it over the infield. It's still the first 6 overs. Only 2 men are allowed to be at the boundary rope. He's put that into the bushes. Eased through that shot. Didn't try to hit it hard at all. And that is the secret to some great timing. If you want that great timing, just ease into the shot and don't try too hard. Trust your timing. Lovely extension of hands and the ball flew away to the fence. In fact, now into the bushes. We've got 2 men in the bushes trying to search for 1 ball. .22 yards Sultan. Norman Anwar departed early. Smith Patel didn't trouble the scorers at all. Avesi 16 of 11 has got a start, and Abdullah joins the search party and successfully emerges with a piece of leather. 22 yards Sultan. At the end of 4.3, they've managed a good start despite losing 2 early wickets. Dillon was the record in chief with his 2 wickets in 2 overs. His 2 overs which are left would be crucial and very interesting to watch as well, because the captains decided to use him perhaps once in the middle over to try and break the rhythm, and once towards the end is what I would like to believe. Zia Khan in his 2 overs. It's been expensive, but it created an opportunity and the catch had gone down. Remember that. Sean Hackett has given away 8 in his first 3 balls. 2 boundaries. This the more authoritative of the 2. 47 for 2 in 4.3. 22 yards Sultan. David White moves on to 22 of just 12 balls. Now he's getting into the groove. He's one of those cricketers who takes a bit of time to get going, but once he does, he covers up quickly. Look at that single. That single was a slight struggle. Awais quickly realized he's got to hurry. Throw was bullet-like from Zia. Nine runs of the over with 2 balls to go. Just love the way they've attacked the right deliveries. 22 yards Sultan after losing 2 early wickets. Now for Awazia, who loves to go through the line of the ball. You've got to have someone with a long gone fence. Looks like they have posted Zia again at the long gone fence, but he's very, very straight. He's got to move a little squarer, and that's what he does after that delivery, as he realizes very soon Zia will try and target that area. Over the infield is going to be a difficult proposition, especially with the line that Sion's bowling. You cannot manufacture room because Sion's got pace, unless you decide to back away and have a leg stump guard. 2 men at the boundary rope. One of them is Syed Abdullah at deep mid wicket. 9 runs of the over. 1 ball to go. And we're going to wait for that delivery to come by. Sion is someone who thrives on rhythm, much like many fast bowlers. If even something is off just a bit, he's got to pull out of the delivery. The captain's not going to be happy because he's got to ensure that the time factor is taken care of. You don't want to be losing overs or being imposed a penalty on you. It's another thing that you need to worry about. Didn't get into a good shape to play that shot. Not good connection either, but that single will be possible as the ball plonks itself after pitching 15 yards inside the 30-yard circle. 5 overs gone as the over ends with a single, 49 for 2. .22-yard Sultan were asked to bat first in. They've managed 49 for 2 in 5 overs. The last over of the power play coming up. That is the first power play. David White still out there, the surviving opener, 23 of 13. He's got to move on. Switched into the next gear of his. He has provided extra pair of hands for him, 17 of 13. And one of the shots that he hit through point I will remember for a long time for sure. Such elegance, such class oozing from this man. MSD have used 3 bowlers so far. Dillon has been the most successful, has picked up the 2 wickets that have fallen in this innings. Made good contact, but straight to the fielder. Now is still able to pick up that single, and David White will have to deal with Zia now. And David White will try and target the offside even more if he gets the room, especially because now he's gotten into the groove. 2 men are allowed to patrol the boundary of the field. Is suggesting that there's a shorter one coming up as Ryan Scott's been posted in the deep. A deep backward square. It's going to be Ryan Scott. And a wide long off in place as well. David White surveys the field, but he knows his favourite area is not plugged yet. Inside out over extra cover. One of the most difficult shots because you need to get the timing right, you need to get the elevation. But David White is up for the task as 50 comes up with that single. 50 for 22 yards Sultan. Change in field, no long off. Long off becomes mid off. And a long gone has been stationed. So 2 men at the boundary rope on the leg side. Ryan Scott a deep backward square and a long gone slightly wider. David White gets hit in the bicep. It's going to sting, but he will not show it. This is classic David White. In fact, it's the side of the helmet. The umpire will inquire if he's all right. You don't want that dazed look, of course. It's the protocol of the game. When you get hit in the helmet, the umpire will swoop in right away. Ask you a few questions to see if you're all right before deciding if medical attention is required, because sometimes it can be delayed, the concussion. David White's a strong man. You don't want that in the game of cricket, concussion. I think some impact was also taken off as the ball did not hit him directly below the ear. Some impact was taken off as I believe there was a bit of shoulder or bicep to the ball before it reached there. He's all right, and that's a good sign for 22 yards. David White is ready to continue. What a good delivery from Zia. And David White, after getting a blow on the head, decides to middle it from the middle of the bat to send a statement to the opposition. This is good cat and mouse game. I'm loving it. Bhullar Cup 2022. These are the little moments of Bhullar Cup 2022 which will be embellished with battles within a battles churning out like this. Inside out over extra cover. It was a matter of a couple of deliveries. The wait has ended. David White has announced he is in supreme touch. There is a reason we call it his favourite shot. If you pitch it up with even minimum width, David White will ensure there are extension of arms and the ball eases into the extra cover region, disappears into the bushes. Perfect strike. The score moves on to 54. Such a good over from Ziyad before this delivery, serving it on the platter to the man who loves to play that shot. Five runs at the over with a ball to go. Final delivery of the first power play coming up. 54 for 2. The 22-yard Sultans. David White off to a good start here. 27 of 16. He's holding the innings together after 2 early wickets had fallen. Away he is waiting for the right deliveries to target. He's not trying something new, which is great to see. The partnership is prospering. The final delivery. And now MSD, it looks like they've learnt from their mistake. There is a deep extra cover station. And David White he'll just pull it to perfection. No one at deep backward square. There was once a time where Ryan Scott was stationed. These are big boundaries. He's making these boundaries look minuscule. Crisply struck. 6 for the taking. 22-yard Sultan recovered really well after 2 extra jolts. At the end of 6, 60 for 2. Heath Richards starts off with a wide. That is in the slot. Well, will it be taken? He's taken it. Looked like there was no chance for a moment. He runs beyond the boundary rope and comes forward. Sideways is not easy, but here is a man who made it look so simple with good boundary awareness. It's been a while since we've experienced a catch of this kind. The ball flies away. It's flying over the rope almost. He goes over the rope and then comes back in, completes the catch and makes it look very conventional. Away Zia departs for 18. Heath strikes first up. Bhullar Cup 2022, 62 for 322 yards Sultan. After being asked to bat first. Good recovery thanks to the man David White, 33 of 17. Trevon Griffith will join him. Trevon Griffith is in great touch himself. Off late in Brooklyn, played an excellent knock with Vandit Prajapati. Wasn't getting runs, scored 13-0-9, but that game was so much. Oh, that is crisply struck once again. Even though that was hit along the carpet of grass, It was struck so powerfully as well from David White that it's gone for 4. Boy, has this man got power. What a tremendous knock this is turning out to be. 37 of 18 from David White. He moves across to access the gap better. Will get a single this time around as sweeper has been positioned. Even though a wicket had fallen in the over, David White has decided to carry on the attack. Trevon Griffith, a runner ball 1 for him. He'll feel at ease as David White is continuing the attack, and there are no dearth of the boundaries despite wicket falling in the over. 2 deliveries to go from Heath. That's a poor delivery. Down the leg side, extra bit of bounce. White ball signalled. Two extras in the over, a boundary and a couple of runs taken off the bat as well. Apart from a wicket, it's a mixed bag for Heath. Last ball, that is if it's a legal delivery. The over will continue. There's something on it. This is what the keeper thinks. The umpire says yes there is, but that's not bad. 7 overs gone, 68 for 3. Terrific running between the wickets. David White deliberately playing it with soft hands to allow enough time for Trevon Griffith to come back for the second run as well. Trevon Griffith's one of the quickest in the side, if not the quickest. It's one thing to take that second run, it's quite another to choose the right partner to do so as well, with whom you can complete that second run when it's so tight. This time a single. He has gone down a gear. David White, who's on to 41 or 21. Trevon Griffith. Now would he start to attack as well? That right hand left hand combination for 22 yard Sultan. It has to come good. And Trevon Griffith is someone who's in good touch. As I told you, he's recently found his form again. But want to continue being in this patch. The restrictions of the first power play are lifted, of course, as the 6 overs are done and dusted with it. 7.2, it's the 8th in progress, and that's exactly why the 4 men patrolling the boundary rope make it 5 now after this delivery. 5 men patrolling the boundary rope. 3 on the leg side. 2 on the off. Puts it away in the gap, will pick up a single. A sweeper gets around it. Ryan Scott, in fact, he's coming back for 2. He's taking the throw on and will get there. David White for a moment didn't realize the throw would be at the non-striker's end because there was no one backing up. Ryan Scott, very quick, and he received the instructions from the fielder in the deep as well. And that's what happened for the youngsters watching. It's the fielder in the deep, with the fielder near you, who tells you which end to throw at, because you as a person are concentrating on the ball. And as soon as you pick up, you get that oral cue from the nearest fielder which end presents a better opportunity to run the batter out. Single. The game's getting into that mode where you take a lot of singles and convert them into 2s as well. It is getting into the David White and Trevon Griffith zone. Both of them 2 good runners between the wickets. Ball to go to finish the 8th. David White moves on to a well-made 41, and as soon as the field spreads out, he's decided to go down a gear. Still can target the straighter boundaries. He loves to do that as well, but not as that's the length and line especially. He's worked it away on the leg side. Will pick up 2 more. Bit of a misfield, but there's only 2 to be taken. The keeper will get the throw in. Into the over. Successful over for 22 yards as they do a lot of running between the wickets. 8 overs gone, 76 for 3. Again running the first one hard so that the second one is as easy as it gets. 22 yards. Sultans have managed to have the right men in the right position just at the right time. The second run's also possible because the field is nicely spread out. Works it away nicely. Will pick up 2 more. A lot of running between the wickets, and that's exactly why David White and Trevon Griffith have decided to up their game in terms of communication. The second run was on and nobody called for the second run. Both of them sort of knew that there was going to be the second run on. Usually you hear the call saying yes, 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 or as the batters pass each other, they shout 2. Trevon Griffith, slightly open-chested stance and puts it away on the leg side. There is Abdullah in the deep. He'll keep it down to a single. Abdullah's got a very strong throwing arm. You do not want to risk your wicket with that arm. And he's standing at least 10 yards inside the boundary cushion. He's not standing at the boundary. Now for David White, he becomes the man at point, so will come inside the circle and mid-wicket will drop back. David White has a knack of pulling the ball to different parts of the ground, especially behind square. That's why Ryan Scott, one of the better fielders, has been stationed behind square in the deep. But also depends on what the length is going to be. Keith, can he bowl a slower delivery? It is a slower delivery, but that is a poor line. Slower delivery is a great option, especially to David White, because he's looking to tonk the ball on the leg side if it's in his arc. But if that is the line, he's not only given away what kind of slower delivery he is capable of bowling, he's also given away a run. Good delivery. That is in the corridor of uncertainty. Was looking to open the face of the bat and run it down, but there was no pace on it, so the ball wouldn't have run down very far. Perhaps a single would have been possible, but didn't make any contact on that occasion. David White, that's a very good delivery from Heath. As soon as David White shows signs of opening the face of the bat, the third man comes inside the circle. Driven straight to the fielder. You can't get runs on an outfield of this kind for a shot of that kind. One delivery left to finish the ninth. It's been a decent over, barring that wide delivery from Heath. If he can close it out well without giving away a boundary, he will feel much better. 22 yards. Sultans are searching for more momentum. They've done a lot of running between the wickets in the last 2 overs. They're searching for some momentum where they can intersperse that boundary ball as well, with a lot of running between the wickets. David White wants to access the gap on the offside. Better moves across, picks up a single. Very nicely placed to have picked up a single on that occasion. 9 gone, 83 for 3. Pawan has been introduced into the attack.
Your phone's mobile data is turned off, so I can't help you with it.
This should be taken. 2 men patrolling. Oh, in fact, it's fallen between them. And it's also gone for 6. Adding insult to injury. That should have been taken. That's a regulation catch for Syed Abdullah. He was only looking at the ball, not the fast approaching fielder from his left. Abdullah was cutting towards his right, looking only at the ball as he was getting into that catching position. Second fielder swoops in, falls between them, as both of them at that particular time realize it'll be the other one to take the catch. In the end, a 6 for the taking. Trevon Griffith gets a move on. This should be taken. Ryan Scott's one of the safer pair of hands. Has he put it down or taken it? Second attempt, he's put it down. That is another regulation. Pawan introduced into the attack, creates 2 opportunities in 3 balls. And Trevon Griffith survives both occasions. You've got to feel for Pawan. 2 of the better fielders have put it down. Syed Abdullah and Ryan Scott. Should have been better than that on the field, and they know MSD. They're a better side than this. 3 men for the cut shot for David White. Very compact cricketer, David White. Trevon wants a single, which is not existing. David White will want some breathing space as he moves towards the square leg umpire. Talks to himself, regathers the concentration. Gets into his zone again, surveying the field. I really believe he's getting into the groove for a big shot. What we have not seen from David White so far is a shot that is straight down the ground. He is better suited to pull the ball if the ball's pitched even slightly short. He's got the power in his arms to send the ball a long way. Clearly the more powerful compared to the 2 batters out there. David White, as he moves on to 46, inching towards what will be a well-compiled half-century. Batting according to the situation, batting according to the conditions. Straight to the fielder at point. End of the over. Pawan creates an opportunity. The game hasn't been kind to him in this over. 10 overs gone, 92 for 3. Ryan Scott completes the catch this time. And Trevon Griffith, one shot too many for him on the offside. Trying to up the ante, he's perished in the process. 95 for the loss of 4 now. Griffith is the last man to depart, 16 of 13 for him. As he tries one more shot inside out. This time Ryan Scott doesn't commit a mistake. Pawan has created opportunities. Needs to go the distance and convert them into wickets. There was once a moment where if he would have run in his follow through, then the second run could have been stopped as the ball was hit towards the mid-off fielder. Very wide long off, he's been stationed, a very wide long on as well. A deep mid wicket and a deep backward square in position. A sweeper in place. That is the field as far as the boundary riders are concerned. Man at catching position at short cover. Point and third man inside the circle. Syed Abdullah gets bad bounce. That went straight to point but bad bounce. 2 runs added to the tally. Crisply struck straight to the bowler, no problem for Pawan on that occasion. 2 runs of the over so far. The game has quietened down. It's been a while since we've seen a boundary, at least 4 overs. We're talking about an authoritative boundary that should be gone. Yes, it is. Something had to give. Lendl Simmons wanted to dance down the track. Excellent curtailing of the length by Pawan. Watching the batter to the last moment. It's the big fish back in the hut for just 7. Someone forgot to hop in the 22-yard Sultan dugout. It's the Nelson. 111 for 5. Make it 6 with the loss of Lendl Simmons.
Come on. Turn and chase the ball, man. Turn and chase the ball.
Fantastic over comes to an end. He's picked up a wicket, and after that, singles only. Keeping it very tight is Pawan, 114 for 6. Lovely line and length from Heath. It's going to be his final over. He's picked up a terrific catch. He's completed a terrific catch. Even though one of those burst through his hands was a simpler one, but he's picked up 3 wickets and shown his efficacy with the ball in hand. The captain can trust him, and the captain says this is the over. If he can create more opportunities in this one, momentum will be back with MSD. 115 for 6 at 22 yards at the moment. The final over for Heath. Beautifully played away. Will want to pick up 2. The second run is on. Good running between the wickets from Mohammad. Compact cricketer Mohammad Mohsin, Chadwick Walton. Two contrasting kinds of cricketers. Sitting over here, we're trying to figure out. And due to the build of the man, we usually figure out who it is. Since we're operating with a one camera setup. There it is, the leg spinner now with the bat in hand, Mohammad Mohsin. A treat to watch him today, especially because Pawan was getting a lot of turn for MSD. Beautifully played away, just helping himself. Very poor delivery, and with no protection in the deep, especially in the backward square region, no chance for any fielder to try and get there. Chadwick gets a gift. So far, it was a good over, barring this delivery from Heath. He'd given away just 4 runs before this. He's given away as many in just one ball. And it's not like the batter had to work really hard for the runs. It was gifted to him on the leg side. The field not there. Poor length. Extremely poor line put away. Beautiful comeback. What a good comeback from Heath. He gets it in the fantastic corridor. Took the batter by surprise as he did not expect this much room as well. Just that one poor delivery. He has been right on the money otherwise. Last ball. Beautifully it rides the bounce. Wants to pick up the second run. Would be tight. Has to settle with a single. Throw arrives quickly. One more run added to the tally. The 22 yards. 1, 2, 3 for 6. Heath finishes with figures of 28 for 3 and he's done his job for the skipper. Apart from being handy on the field, Heath Richards was brilliant to watch when he gets it right, especially back of a length to the batters. He's not someone who has express pace, relies a lot on line and length. Was effective on the given day. Single of the first ball. Pawan with his last over. He's bowled well as well. He's picked up a wicket and created more opportunities. What a good collect. Saved at least a couple of runs. Struck very hard. That's it in the gap. Very wide, long on. Cannot get there. Much needed boundary for Mohammad Mohsin and 22 yards. Moves on to 17 of 12 does Mohsin. 128 for 6, the 22 yards. Terrific strike. What a hit to follow it up. This time no chance for the fielders in the deep. Sion was gearing up for a catch and soon realized it's ballooning over him. Mohammad Mohsin, when he strikes it so cleanly. We've seen him play crucial innings towards the end in many leagues around the US region, especially in the East. Mohammad Mohsin is a force to reckon with. And as we said, as fans of leg spin, we'll be waiting for him to operate with the ball in hand as well as soon as possible. 23 of 13 for him now, 134 for 6. The calls for two. The second run would be tied. Throw at the non-striker still gets there. Good running between the wickets. Chadwick Walton, one of the quickest. The last three balls have yielded 12 runs. Pawan expensive. Last ball coming up. And would be a single. Doesn't cross the 30-yard circle. Pawan proving to be expensive towards the end, but he's picked up a wicket and created opportunities. 36 for 1 in his 4 overs. 137 for 6.
Whoever is bowling is telling him to come and turn and chase the ball. Yeah, you come back. That's not yours. You can't have that. Two different things going on. Yeah, turn and chase the ball.
Dives towards his right. Fantastic fielding effort. Saved at least a single. And that is how MSD are making 22 yards work for every single run. They had to cut down on the boundaries. Mohammad Mohsin was able to score 2 of them back to back.
Jason!
Good execution by Sion. 2 runs of the 4 balls he's bowled so far in this over. Started off with 2 dot balls thanks to fantastic fielding on the offside inside the circle. And the ball was driven. And now just 2 runs of the 4 balls bowled so far. This game's being set up nicely for Sion to make a good comeback. He went for runs in the first 2 overs. He has a chance of picking up a wicket or 2 here, because he's already applied the pressure on Mohammad Mohsin and Walton. Good slower delivery. Great execution. Another dot ball. 22 yards are hoping for a crescendo finish. They're not getting it in this over for sure. 5 deliveries, just 2 runs given away by Sion. No change in field whatsoever. Sticking to the same field, the man at deep backward square, smoothed across towards his right. That's the only change. Big swing and a miss. He's worked on it. In fact, there's something on it. There's something on it. And Mohammad Mohsin's got to work. Good collect by the keeper. Must have been a deviation. Difficult to tell from here, but up went the finger, and that's what matters. Sion's persistence pays off. Just 2 runs of the over, and now an important wicket of Mohammad Mohsin. He departs for 27. It's got to be someone else to provide the crescendo finish that 22 yards are looking for. Mohammad Mohsin looked good while he lasted in the middle. A boundary and a 6, and those were back to back. Good catch by Abdullah Had Malik. One of the better keepers in the circuit. 139 for 7.
देखो 37 से 137
कॉन्टेक्ट चाहिए
17 overs gone, 139 for 7. Poor delivery to start with. Dillon almost a warm-up delivery in his second spell. And some warm-up for the umpire too. The sun is out. Beautiful sunny day here in Dublin, Ohio. And we bring you Bhullar Cup 2022. And the adjacent ground, about 10 minutes time from here, I think Emerald, Sampami were playing the MCT All-Stars. Sampami win as the game was forfeited. And here, 141 for 7. Poor delivery, put away beautifully. Just helping it on its way. A bit of bat and that shall be enough. Throw comes in from one of the volunteers. When was the last time you saw this? Saving his shoulder there, the keeper. boundary collected. A very bad ball indeed. Started with a wide ball down the leg side there, Dillon. And now another one down the leg side, but Javon's decided to go after it. Gets a boundary. 145 for 7. Beautifully played away. We'll get a single. Dillon's been targeting the leg stump more in this over. He's gone for 7 runs so far in the 3 balls he's bowled. Man in the deep will watch it fly. That got enough bat on it. Chadwick wants to join the party. Moves on to 17 of 10. These are crucial runs for 22 yards as they reach the psychological 150 mark. Dillon's going for runs. And once again, the leg side is being targeted. Fielders on the offside have felt like they are not part of this game anymore, especially in this over. The line has been poor and the execution has been perfect from Chadwick and Javon. Javon got a gift. Chadwick had to work for the runs. Good comeback. That is the best delivery out of the all deliveries he's bowled so far in the overs. In this over. 1 ball to go. That's a slower ball, Yorker. You need to practice it to get it. And another execution of another good Yorker. But where was the Yorker hiding in the first half of the over? 18 overs gone, 154 for 7. Dillon finishes with 1 more over left. Just get a feeling he might be bowling the 20th because he's come back well with Yorkers. Eighteen overs gone, 154 for 7. Good delivery. This one came back in a little. Very good delivery. Sion has the capability to provide a good finish with the ball in hand. He started off by giving away a single, which is fine. If he can gather some momentum in the first half of the over especially, would be interesting to watch from there on. Again, a good delivery. Once the second run is on. Ryan Scott with the throw, but the batter arrives first. Good cricket all around. Had to throw off balance as well as was steaming in. Words of encouragement from Teeth and other fielders around. Three runs are the first 2. So far, so good for Sion. Good dot ball. Misfield, and the misfield will cost a run. This could be trouble. Is misfielded again. It's not a clean pickup. They need to be sharp on the field. Definitely better than that. Sion's not happy. He could have gained a dot ball. Had that been a clean pickup, not once but twice, the opportunity presented itself. He's got him this time. He has aimed the base of the middle stump as soon as he saw Javon's moving away to access the leg side once again. He misses, but Sion doesn't. Second wicket for Sion. Kept the first half of the over tight, and that is what has brought about this wicket as Javon tries to do something cheeky and departs for 7 against his name. The 22-yard Sultan were asked to bat first, and they've managed 158 to the loss of 8 wickets, and 8 balls remain in this innings for them. The game's going on a little slow, and the umpires, both Mushir and Omkar, both of them would have made a note of this. The game's getting slower and slower. They've got to make sure that the game ends on time. A word of advice to the captain now and then. Not advice, but just putting the point across that the game's getting slower. The slow over rate might come back and trouble you later on in terms of penalty. Sion pulls out of that delivery. 4 runs and a wicket in this over. Another well-executed Yorker. This time no mistake from the fielder swooping in. .158 for 8, also in danger of being bundled out. Rusty Theron comes in, the man with international caliber from South Africa. Rusty Theron, very handy with the bat as well, especially towards the end. Gets some bat to ball, will pick up a single. A tall man, quick strides, completes that single. And ends the over with a single as well. A successful over for Sion as he keeps the boundary balls at bay. 159 for 8 in the final over coming up for 22 yards Sultans. A single to start with. Will take it on the bounce, the fielder in the deep. Rusty Theron picks up a single first ball. Chadwick Walton has been there for the longer time. 13 deliveries, 21. Is batting well. He's finding the boundaries. He needs to provide the big finish. 160 up for 22 yards. They've got a good side. They're expecting 170, the psychological total. 160 is also a good enough score on a track of this kind, but would it be good enough against the batting order of MSD? They bat deep. Pulled to perfection. No chance for the fielder in the deep. That's travelled the distance as well. Chadwick Walton's muscled it away. All he needed was the width and the poor length, which will allow him to swivel like that. Seven of the first two. The over started exactly how the 22 yards Sultans wanted. The field hasn't changed, so the captain believes that this field is good enough for Dillon. The plan has to be executed better. Looks like he's got to go for a wide Yorker. That should be much better. No, that's not the line and length. Fine legs inside the circle. It's a gift to Walton. Ball will disappear into the fence because the pace was provided by Dillon. Momentum with 22 yards as they find two balls, two boundaries, back to back. Width has been the question. Will it be provided or no this time around? Much better length. Line, of course, is better as well, but we're waiting for the delivery outside off because the batter will have to work hard to get it inside out. It's difficult to hit away because Dillon has the pace as well. Dillon's not backing his strengths. He's not bowling according to the plan that was given to him by the skipper. 13 runs of the over. 2 balls to go. Slight change in field. In fact, strengthening the leg side field, if anything. Mid-wicket comes into place, and that is by sacrificing the man at third man inside the circle. So man at point, extra cover, sweeper in place. No one can set a field for a ball of this kind. It's running away quickly. Gets around it. The fielder who was inside the circle at 45. 3 runs added to the tally without a ball being counted and no bat involved, of course. That was very wide indeed. Dillon losing the concentration. The ball not coming out of the hand nicely. Very expensive. He's picked up 2 wickets, but he's given away 50 runs. 50 runs of the 175 scored of one bowler. Still 2 balls to go. Takes it on the bounce, in fact. That became a poor decision as it's gone for 4. Looked like it was going to be a catch had he gone for it. They needed some momentum. MSD, they're throwing it away here. Decides to stay back. The ball not only bounces, a bit of torque on it as well. Spins away from the fielder in the deep and goes for 4. In hindsight, should have attacked the ball and completed a catch. Not only would have been a wicket, would have been a rob of momentum, and at the same time, more crucially, a dot ball. It's gone for 4, giving Chadwick Walton the concentration and confidence it requires to face the final delivery. Doesn't get it from the best part of the bat. He'll even push for 2 if required. We'll have to settle for a single. No, the second is on. Teeth is getting the throw in, but it's a little late. 2 to finish as Rusty is quick enough. 20 overs done and dusted with, and 22 yards. Sultans have managed 181 for 8. A healthy total on a track in which it is a good batting track indeed. 181. They'll take it any day, having asked to bat first on this particular wicket. 181 for 8, and White's 49 will feature in there as the highest total. Walton was excellent towards the end. The engine room, David White was the only one to fire as Norman Anwar and Smith Patel left early. Away Zia's 18 came in very handy, and Trevon Griffith batted well for his 16. Mohammad Mohsin's 27 was the one that provided impetus, and Lendl Simmons went early as he went for a big shot. But Chadwick Walton covered up for Lendl Simmons' failure, as 39 of 18 with a bat in hand is what provided the kick towards the end, and Rusty Theron was good with his running towards the end as well. 181 for 8, 22 yards Sultan. The MSD have used 5 bowlers. The pick of the bowlers would be Heath Richards, who completed a good catch as well, apart from picking up 3 important wickets. Dillon picked up 2, but very expensive for 56 runs in 4 overs. He's got to be better than that for sure. And Pawan Khahar bowled well in bits, but had to be better overall. 36 and a wicket to show for it. So MSD winning the toss and choosing to bowl first, and they would require 182 to continue in this tournament. It would be a very important game for them, of course, very important chase coming up, and we'll be with you shortly in about 10 minutes time. Stay with us. 182 required for MSD. The chase is going to be underway. It's going to be Muhammad Amir, a name. Muhammad Asif, I beg your pardon. Muhammad Asif, someone whom seen a lot, especially growing up. I used to cry going back to sleep because of this man. He used to make my legends get out. When he played Australia and India, Muhammad is terrific indeed, and he hasn't lost that mojo. He's only improved in the skill, especially the swing. We saw him recently in CBTF USPL. Was terrific there, ensured that his team won, and very nonchalantly walks away. Doesn't partake in celebrations. And you would see him today as well. When somebody tries to throw and be aggressive, the right hand will go up and say, hang on, calm down. I've played more cricket than you. I understand there's no need for drama. Let's just keep it that way. Someone as simple as it gets. Asif. Opportunity, first ball. As he drives through this one. Not an extravagant pacer, but an extravagant swinger of the ball. Muhammad Asif. The chase is underway. Sagar to face his first ball, as Burhan's already picked up a single and opened his account. David White's been called for his services inside the 30-yard circle. There's a wall on the offside. And he balls on the leg. Muhammad Asif. He knows that apology coming right away. Someone who's got to concentrate on swing. He's saying that the ball's swinging away. He wants to cut down on the angle and cut down on the room that the batter wants to create for himself. Change in bat for the non-striker Burhan. Trevon Griffith is one of his favourite positions, which is the long on fence, and he's at least 20 yards inside the long on fence. And a good single, quick single. Fielder at point swoops towards it. Muhammad Amir, as quiet as ever. Asif, I beg your pardon. Why do I keep saying Amir? I think the two pace bowlers are in my mind more often. Muhammad Asif doesn't want that extravagant pace once again. He's just making sure that he is nicely warmed up and bowls according to a plan. The left hand right hand combination is something that he needs to be wary of. I'm just waiting for that moment when he puts his right hand up and says no drama. We've seen that many a time, and that's continued over the years. That's some idiosyncrasy of Asif. And that swing, so much swing, and it lands perfectly. It's gone, the finger has gone up. Completely playing down the wrong line there. So much swing, and it hits the toe. Was a sitting duck there, Burhan. Burhan departs. Early wicket. Ryan Scott perhaps takes the longest to get started. He has his own idiosyncrasies as well. Beautiful start. If that's what he's taking time for, he's been loading a wonderful shot. Full toss at a comfortable height. Asif gets it wrong. Ryan Scott gets it too right. This is good hitting. Ryan Scott wasting no time as soon as the bowler runs in. Let's put it this way. Otherwise, he'll have, as soon as he walks in, takes the off stump guard, then the middle stump guard, then the leg stump guard. Ensures that the pitch all the way to the short delivery length is wiped off. The little pebbles, if any, are taken away from the pitch. Then he'll survey the field, count with his hand where exactly the fielders are to remind him. Single. Ryan Scott looking solid. He's got to play a big hand today after the loss of an early wicket. Mohammad Asif got to perfect yorker, perfect swinging yorker. Last delivery coming up at the first over is given away 8 as Asif and picked up an important wicket. Powerfully struck through the extra cover. This will run away. But does it have enough fuel? Looks like it stopped just before. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. And 4 it is. Perhaps just beyond. 1 over gone, 13 without a wicket. 13 for 1, I beg your pardon. Mohammad Asif lost his concentration towards the end. The last delivery went for 4, and just before that, that wide delivery too, it's costed them 5. 13 for 1. After a little halt, we're back. Just over the keeper's head. It bounced so much, the keeper tried his best. Rusty Theron from his shorter run-up, of course. That's because of the surface. Loves to ball that length when the batter has to negotiate a rising delivery. The ball grows quickly on you. Last delivery coming up. It's been a good over so far. That should be gone. That is taken. Man at backward point makes no mistake. Rusty Theron's amongst the wickets too. The second one bites the dust and it's the big wicket of Ryan. Ryan Scott, one of the better batters, especially when he gets going. Started off with a sensational shot as he got a good full toss. In search of another glorious shot, he's found the man at backward point. Big wicket in the context of the game, as this man has the knack of playing the longer innings and getting the team home more often than not. Not to be today. 8 of 6 for Ryan Scott. 17 for 2 MSD. Syed Abdullah will join Sagar as Ryan Scott is back in the hut after scoring in single figures. Syed Abdullah has been in good touch of late. He's played the leagues in Brooklyn. He's played the leagues in Marine Park and the other Seaview ground in Brooklyn, and was looking good. Especially in the semi-final, he got a chance to bat. The big three. The finale, of course, the whole team fizzled out. Nonetheless, would be coming in with a lot of confidence because he's got the game time he requires to play a big tournament of this kind, Bhullar Cup 2022. Change in field on the offside for Asif. Man at backward point. Not the conventional point, interestingly. A man at backward point. David White will patrol the area of covers. There is a sweeper in place. Mid-off is inside the circle. Third man's inside the circle. Fine legs inside the circle. Maybe. Yes, he's also masquerading as a backward square inside the circle. Lendl Simmons at mid-on and a man at deep backward square as well. Lendl Simmons will have to get to it. Doesn't get there. It's hit well enough in the gap. 2 more runs taken. This is a big round. A lot of runs to be taken if you hit it in the gap. But you've got to clear the infield. Can't hit it down the ground for that. You've got to take that additional risk by hitting the ball in the air. Easy single. Poor delivery, put away, behind square, no one protecting the region. Syed opens his account, announces his arrival. What a good shot to get going. That is a fantastic shot indeed. Yes, it was a poor line, it still had to be put away, and Syed Abdullah left no stones unturned, no half measures whatsoever. Just for a moment, if you see a man in green running into the frame, that is Karthik trying to hand over the chalk. It helps the batters in ensuring that when they take the guard, they mark it properly. 7 runs of the first 3 balls. Asif under pressure. By the looks of it, he never is. But 7 of the first 3. He's got to keep it under 10 at least from here. Once again on the leg side, an easy single. Mohammad Asif scripting a comeback here in this over. It's good delivery. He's got to ensure that he doesn't stray down the leg side this time round. He's got 2 more deliveries to go, or 1 more in this over. Moving outside off, not troubling the legend at all. He just sticks to the basic plan. The 4th stump and 5th stump line, it's worked wonders. A dot ball to finish, 25 for 2 MSD. Rushdie Theron, first over, just 4 runs conceded and picked up a wicket. You will see this from time to time, especially with Rushdie. He wants to shorten the run-up as he concentrates only on line and length because of the surface. Generating all that power from the wrist and the pace from the shoulder a bit. He's a good cricketer. Rushdie Theron. We talked about his international experience. Wants to ensure that the cut shot is taken care of, especially when it's hit uppishly. Wants the best fielders in the right areas. The taller of the two compared to Griffith and David White is David White by a big margin. The quicker of the two would be Griffith for sure. So depending on the caliber of the cricketer, you want to use him accordingly. David White for the height at point. That's a great use indeed. Straight down the leg side. Fine legs inside the circle. That goes beyond fine leg. He's got to go for the second run. No, we'll have to settle with a single. The throw was on its way quickly. Good cricket all around. It was just for the new man that the man at point was stationed in the shape of David White. Now he's moved back to his initial position, which is the sweeper. Griffith cannot get there. The ball's running away quickly. Asif will, as they pick up 2 runs. Catcher is the call. This could be taken. Would be a good catch if he does. He completes the catch. Running sideways. Never losing sight of the ball and believing that he can pouch it. Griffith was running in as well. But Griffith had to wait. A good catch in the end. Rusty Theron picks up the second wicket. In deep trouble now, MSD. Another one bites the dust. Syed Abdullah. Someone who promises to be an excellent cricketer with a bat in hand and change gears quickly. Steer his team home. Today he's not going to be the hero. They've got to find a new one as he departs for just 8 runs on the board. For him, there is a boundary included, but just before he could unfurl his shots, that mistake he's committed has cost his prize. It's cost his wicket. He's had to pay the price for it. 29 for 3 at the end of 3.4. Rusty Theron picks up another. Watches this one go as Rusty Theron delivers the first dot ball of the over. We talked about the use of chalk to make that mark as a batter, as we saw in just moments ago. Karthik running in and delivering. Oh, that's a good single. Even though it looks closer with the reaction of the fielder. It's a good single as he played it with soft hands. Just believe that chalk can also be used to make a mental note and, in fact, a physical note on the pitch for the bowler to try and hit the line and length. That's exactly what Rusty has done. 4 overs gone, 30 for 3. What a crisp shot early on. Abdullah Malik, again someone in good touch. He needs to assume that extra bit of responsibility today and bat accordingly. The first and foremost thing for him to be getting set and also not letting the required rate run away. At the moment 9.5, it's still manageable with 7 wickets in hand. They bat really deep. Do MSD. Rusty Theron has been posted in a wide long off position. Smashed away straight to David White at just in front of point. Siobhan for the first time. Guided away on the leg side will be a single. So far, it's been a good start for Javon. He's given away 2 runs in the 3 balls. They've got to stop the boundary balls. Just got a feeling that in the first 6 overs, as a batter, you're trying to target the first 2 balls to get the momentum your way, and at the same time make the bowler feel under a lot more pressure with just 2 men allowed to be at the boundary rope. Make the most of the first 6 overs. Trevon Griffith, one of the best fielders, right now is inside the ring. Always gives us 100%. That is flying off the bat into the gap for 4. Margin of error is little to Abdul Malik. He'll pounce on anything short, and if you give him width as well, it's asking for trouble. The excellent shot early on will do a world of good to his confidence. It's one of those shots which tells the batter that things are going right. Every cog in that wheel is going right to have executed a shot of that kind. Lovely extension of arms and in the gap as well. Man in the deep, at deep point, has been moved at least 10 yards towards his left. Just in front of point in the deep. And now he will hook behind square. The grass would be the only thing to stop it. The fielders are not even nearby. 4 for the taking. 2 boundaries back to back. He's peppered it in different regions of the ground. He's leaving no parts of the ground unexplored. Terrific hitting. Surprise factor is what the shot delivery was supposed to be, but he got into such a good position and then let his wrists take over, placing it to perfection. There was David White, who's quick enough in the deep, but deep backward square, David White could do little as he hit it so fine. Abdul Malik moves on to 10 of 5. He is the glimmer of hope for MSD. They need a contribution from the top order. Abdul Malik can provide it. Change in field, in fact changes in field, it's galore. Very wide long on station in the shape of Rusty Theron. The ball on the offside remains. Played it with soft hands. He's showing 2 different ways of batting. One when he powerfully pummels it for 4, hooks it away for 4. Other delicately touches it and allows enough time to get to the other end. 5 overs gone, a good finish for MSD, 41 for 3. Now we'll do it in singles, Sagar and Abdul Ahad, as they wait for the right delivery to put away Rusty Theron's a skiddy customer, and he hits the line and length very well. It's an experienced bowling attack that 22 yards have. It requires someone to bat out of their skin to keep MSD alive in this chase. They've lost 3 early wickets and looks like Abdulahad Malik's up for the task. He scored a quick fire 12 and it's cracking it from the middle of the bat. Trevon Griffith at long on. One of the best fielders that I have seen in the entire USA. There's Karim Agor, there is Trevon Griffith. The quickest movers on the field. Three deliveries, 3 singles. Not much of trouble here for Rusty Theron. The required rate's 9.5. It's not the singles which will trouble Rusty anyway. Oh, that's a good shot. Lot of work to do for third man. Doesn't get around it. The ball pinged off the bat of Sagar. Sagar's joining the party. It's good to see both the batters are amongst the boundaries now. 3 singles of the first 3 balls and then a 4 as soon as he gets with. And got to admit, the quality of cricket we've seen at Bhullar Cup 2022 has been immense. The adjustment factor to this surface and the outfield, and to score runs on the squarer boundaries which are as big as the straighter ones. It's been a treat to watch. It's been a big learning curve for any youngster watching as well. We can promise you that, because denominations of all sorts are being utilized by the batter. It's not just the 6s and 4s that'll get them to 182. It's stringing a partnership and choosing the right balls to hit away. And that is exactly what they're showing the youngsters as well who are watching the game. Abdulahad Malik and Sagar, as they provide the revival for MSD. He's got to re-ball this one and the final delivery remains. Rusty Theron keeps on shortening the run-up as the over progresses. Slight change in field. Midon's up in the circle. Man at deep point posted. If he gives width, will Abdulahad accept that width and go over point? Because if he does, there's still a lot of risk. Not if that's the line. It's a poor line. He's bowled it down the leg side. He's gently tapped in and picked up a single. Abdulahad Malik as he retains strike. 51 now for MSD. 6 overs gone. 51 for 3. Just the kind of start that they wanted early on the over. Javon's under pressure right away. Abdulahad Malik switching to the next gear. Beautifully driven. The call's for two, but it's going straight to the man. Lendl Simmons has got a good throwing arm. Will keep it down to a single. Again, 6.3, 56 for 3. This game is getting into a zone where, despite 3 early wickets, some positive batting from Sagar and Abdul Ahad has kept MSD alive. They're still in the chase, mind you, as this game enters into a zone where a lot of singles and twos would be visible as this field is nicely spread out. Score moves on to 57 for the loss of 3 with that single. 2 deliveries to go. That'll land safely. In fact, it's a beautiful dive. Man running 25 yards towards his right, skids on, dives his full length to keep the ball in play. Otherwise would have run away to the fence. Stopped a certain boundary there. Excellent support for Javon. The over started off with a boundary, but nicely pulled back after that, making Abdul Ahad and Sagar work for every single runner. There's MSD 59 for 3, last ball of the 7th. Straight back to the bowler, Javon. He's completed what looks like a tremendous catch indeed. Javon believed in his follow-through. Abdul Ahad Malik, a hardcore hitter, has chipped it as softly as possible to Javon. And a wicket to end the over. Crucial indeed. Abdul Ahad Malik, and along with him a lot of hopes for MSD, walk back into the dugout. 59 for 4. Did get a start with his 21, Abdul Ahad, but he had to continue. The hardcore hitter is gifted a catch which was tremendously taken in the end. It's never easy in your follow through. You pray that it sticks, but this one was also dipping. Javon is one of the most athletic in the side, and that is exactly why he was able to convert that half opportunity into a catch. Abdul Ahad departs for 21, 59 for 4. Seven overs gone, 59 for 4. Another quick single. Mohsin's wrong hand is what the world is waiting to see. Very difficult to pick. He's got the quicker delivery as well. Slip in place. The captain's given him a slip because 4 wickets have already fallen. He can pick up the 5th. It's a quicker delivery. Waiting for the ball to turn, and the ball's turning square on this track. It is cement and mat on top. Half-hearted, slightly half-hearted. The appeal. Excellent stop. Javon can do wonders. Good backing up. The quicker delivery once again. Mohammad Mohsin very accurate in this over. 3 singles and now the 4th. Last ball coming up. He's kept the boundary balls at bay. The required rates climbing to 9.7. They've got to keep it under 10. MSD. The boundary ball has to come by. Sagar Patel's the man who's been there for a longer time. And he does attack. Man in the deep will take it on the bounce. Almost let it go. Single to end the over. Tidy from Mohsin. 8 overs gone. 64 for 4. The overthrow will cost another. 2 runs. Fani Simadri introduced into the attack. Fani Simadri had a dream of a minor league. Calls the keeper up, relies on the cutters. Balls a nagging line and length with change in pace. And can do this all day. Fani Simadri. Occupation, make life miserable for the batter. That is why he's difficult to hit away. It's the change in pace as well. The line will take it away. The angle will take it away from the right-hander. The keeper is already standing up, so you've got to negotiate that deviation as a batter. You can't dance down the track to negate it completely. Got to find a way to score runs against this man. That's a poor delivery, put away nicely. Just waiting for the poor deliveries to come by. It doesn't have enough pace to travel to the fence, so will be 2. One way to score runs against him is to wait for him to commit a mistake. Fani Simadri boarding a poor line on that occasion. 3 good deliveries. Straight to the fielder. It covers. Turning out to be a tidy over. 4 runs of it. Last ball coming up. sticking to the same field, sticking to the same plan. Big swing and a miss. Fani Simadri just continuing his form from where he left off in the minor league. He's been excellent in the 2 games that 22 yards are played before this as well. 9 overs gone, 68 for 4. Nine overs gone, 68 for 4. What's that, second run? No, we'll have to stick with the single. Fani Simadri getting to the ball. It's been a while since you've seen Fani Simadri field inside the 30-yard circle. For the Seattle Thunderbolts, he usually was in the deep. Mohammad Mohsin, such a treat to watch. Changing his line ever so slightly. Fani tries his best by diving towards his left. The ball will evade. Lendl Simmons gets surrounded, but by that time 2 runs will be taken. An underarm throw. Slip in place for Mohammad Mohsin. And these days you see slip fielders are the tallest ones. David White currently patrolling the slip region. Reason being they have a bigger span. We saw Chris Gale do it for the West Indies. Jhulan Goswami for India women. Oh, what a fantastic stop. Diving towards his left. Full stretch. The ball was hit in the air as well. It struck his palm so hard. He saved a single, at least a single. Can't say it's a boundary because there is a second line of defense. Just for that, just for those 2-3 deliveries, the slip has disappeared now. Wanted to sweep it away, but the ball is quick. Mohsin is one of the quickest leg spinners that you would see. At the halfway stage, MSD 72 for 4. They require 110 in the next 10 with 6 wickets in hand. The required rates climbed up to 11. Someone's got to break their shackles. Leading edge, but will land safely, much to the delight of MSD. They require a bit of luck as well to score these runs. They're coming back for the 3. The third one is on. Throw will arrive in 5 bounces. Fani Simadri. You will not get the pace. You will get a skiddy customer. As a batter, you've got to be innovative to score runs against him. Sion has got the power. He's got the game as well. But your options as a right-hander are limited. With this left arm variation troubling the most. Just like that. Nagging line in length. You can't cut. Cutting is difficult from that line. Pulling a little difficult if you don't get into a good position. Just that the options of the batter are limited. It's such a handy T20 bowler, Fani Simadri. Gets it in the gap, will get a single. A single will not be pinching Fani Simadri or 22 yards Sultan. What a good pick he is, Fani Simadri, for 22 yards Sultan, because now they have the variety in their bowling options. They can go to Mohsin for good leg spin. They have the pacers and experience in Theron. Griffith can bowl as well in case spin is required. Lendl Simmons will take it on the bounce. No drama whatsoever.
Can I do it?
5 runs have come off this over with the ball to go. 2/3 men in place. One's inside the circle, one is a conventional. The leading edge. This time will it carry just before David White. It bounces. Tall man, long levers. Doesn't put the drive in as he didn't want any drama either. Half an opportunity is created by Fani. 2 overs 10 for him. 78 for 4 at the end of 11. Mohsin from one end is keeping it tight. Fani from other end is not giving away the boundaries. It's getting tougher for MSD. They need the boundaries. They've got to target one bowler. Get that big over of 20. Bring the required rate down. All of that seems to be a distant dream at the moment. Not anymore. That is skied and will travel the distance. Mohsin misses his mark. Sion's getting into the groove. That is a 6. That is a 6, which has sent a statement to the opposition. The game's not done and dusted here. .87 for 4. And will pick up a single here. Good comeback by Mohsin. That's the first better delivery in the over. Easily will take the second run as well. End of 12 overs, 90 for 4.
8 left.
asking the same question. How are you? You think? Yes, no.
It's a big ground, this.
Yeah, I can see. Nine balls, uphill, straight ball. Only one end they play.
That's much better from Mohammad Mohsin. Mohammad Mohsin's got 3 different kinds of deliveries that he's utilized so far in the over. One that skids on, one that turns so square. The wrong one. David White in the deep will keep it down to a single. Required rates climbing to 12.9. This game is getting into a zone where MSD are finding it difficult, and they need Sion to clear the boundary rope on a regular basis. He's done it once, and boy was that a big 6 on the leg side. Big swing and a miss. Good collect by the keeper. Smith Patel's one of the best in the business. The number of dismissals in the recently concluded Big 3 as well was a treat to watch. The way he gets the batters out as a keeper. Again, a good collect. Ball turning too much, flirted too much with the wide line on that occasion. Mohammad Mohsin. Third man's inside the circle, will cut it off, will keep it down to a single. Excellent effort. One delivery left. Last delivery of the over. And last delivery of the spell for Mohammad Mohsin. He's gone wicketless, but he's kept it tight. 26 without a wicket in his 4 overs for him. 14 gone, 100 comes up for MSD. But it's a wicket column that has ticked too far. 100 for 5. Bit of a misfield, but the single's complete. 101. Siobhan's completed an excellent catch, and owing to that catch, he has a wicket to show. Very handy on the field. Javon, the game's getting into a zone where you got to say that 22-yard Sultan are tightening the grip with every ball that does not have an appointment with the boundary rope. He's called for 2. 2 would be a little tight with the throw coming in. Eventually gets there. The throw also arriving in 4 bounces. This is a big ground, and hence the long on and long off, and not standing at the edge of the boundary rope. You don't have a rope here. The boundary flag perhaps. They're standing at least a few yards inside. Long on even more so. That's because the second run is on otherwise. The call is for 2 once again. And by the time the fielder gets to it, 2 runs easily for the shot itself. Score moves on to 105 for 5. That's not my phone. It's there. It's there.
Ball went to the bushes.
77 required. The required rates climbed up to 14 and over. Sion, 23 of 19. He holds the key in this run chase for them. They need a couple of big blows in every particular over. In every over, in fact, particularly the first 2 to 3 balls where they can set the tone nicely for the over. They need a couple of big shots first up. That's the only way they can stay in the game. This is turning out to be very difficult for MSD. 14 required and over for the next 5 overs. These are big grounds. This one's a very big ground indeed, especially straight down the ground. At least 70 yards, at least 70.
So discussion happened. So during the start of the tournament, they requested me to have the team.
The 3 men patrolling the boundary rope on the leg side. Man at deep backward point. Deep mid wicket and a very wide long on in the shape of Mohsin.
So at least they should have put a request in forward so that we can approve it. But they did not do it.
That is if he wants to swing for the fences on the leg side like he usually does, Sion.
They brought in 5.
Poor delivery. He's got to re-bowl.
They started the game. Like Jacob was Karan knew each one of them.
Umpire Onkar suggesting it's a wide delivery.
Yeah, 5 people.
No,
No, St. Louis. No, last year they played for St. Louis, right? So all the 5 guys they played. Last year also they played for St. Louis, this year also. So he didn't object there. And then they got 3 down. And
Nicely negotiated, but will be a single at a time when the runs are required in bigger denominations. Single's not going to be a problem at all for Javon or his side 22-yard Sultan. Game's getting quieter and quieter. Wanted to do something cheeky, in the end misses out. Ball was too good for the keeper as well to keep it down. Smith Patel. Didn't collect it cleanly. End of the over. 15 gone, 108 for 6. Ricardo Powell has got to pummel the ball to all parts of the ground. Again, someone very powerful. Find himself at the non-striker's end. It's going to be Heath Richards, the star with the ball in hand for MSD to face. Powerfully struck over extra cover. Even though the grass is thick, it will reach the fence. Looks like it did because it's taking a while for Trevon Griffith to cover the ground and eventually retrieve the ball. It's a boundary indeed. It came a little delayed, the signal from the umpire. Little delayed, but it's a boundary nonetheless. Heath, can he emerge a hero with a bat in hand too? It's not like he can attack while Ricardo sits around and feeds him the strike. Both of them have got to go for the big shots here. This should be catching practice. Off the second attempt, Lendl Simmons Bit of a juggling act, but no drama whatsoever. Heath's innings of a runner ball 8 was a flash in the pan. As of the 9th, he skies one right into the hands of Lendl Simmons. Wicket number 7. Heath departs for 8th. Had to go for the big shot. No other option. They have got to be in the game. Had to go for the big shots. The game's getting done and dusted quickly here for MSD. Mohammad Asif, very measured in his line and length, especially when he comes for the later part of the game. The death overs, someone who's a specialist in the death over bowling as well. You've seen him in leagues across United States, especially in the East. First, the USPL handled that responsibility very well when he came back to the death to bowl at least a couple of overs. He bowled 2 up top and picked up 2 wickets at least. And after USPL, and Big 3 as well, tried his best. He wants to change the pace. Couldn't see much of him in the Big 3 because the games that I was covering in, couldn't see him much, but he's someone who's extremely accurate. That's something that has stuck with him for a long time. Doesn't rely on pace, relies on swing, and we saw a wonderful banana swing to get the main batter out in the power play. Left-handed Burheed. Once again, that Yorker length which swings back in as a batter. If you're trying to play the initial line, you could be in trouble. The ball swings so much. Ricardo Powell picks up a single. Dillon, I beg your pardon. Two new batters at the crease for MSD, and they've been asked to score 15 and over. The game's virtually done and dusted until some power hitting is in store. 69, 68 required in 4.2. The game's getting done and dusted quickly because this is sensational bowling. Started with the boundary, came back with the wicket, and then he's given away just 2 singles. Never under pressure, Mohammad Asif. It is the experience that talks. Third man inside the fence, finally inside the fence. The wicket is assisting Asif when he's trying to pitch it up, as he's generating swing even with the older ball. Straight down the ground. This should be taken. Trevon Griffith has a bucket-like hands. He doesn't drop any. He smashed it straight into the hands of Trevon Griffith. Completes a good catch as Mohammad Asif celebrates his 3rd. One more delivery to go to finish his 3rd over. 114 for 8 as Dillon departs for just 1. MSD in deep trouble. .22 Sultan were excellent in the way they accelerated towards the end. The wickets are a problem here for them. Worm in red, MSD. Wickets. There was one good partnership between the 7th over and the 13th over. Apart from that, wickets have fallen at regular intervals and there's too much to catch up on. The worm in red is always lower than the worm in blue. That is because the required rate has always crept up. So far, 182 is what MSD are after, and they're falling behind, desperately needing 68 rather, from 25 deliveries. Two for the taking. The game's getting into a zone. Even 2 will not pinch Mohammad Asif or his side. 16 overs done and dusted with 116 for 8. 116 for 8. 4 overs left. Fani Simadri's got 2 more up his sleeve. He's been extremely miserly, and it's a wonderful attribute to have if you're a bowler. 10 runs in 2 overs. He might not have wickets to show so far, but he's applied the pressure, kept the pressure on. The other bowlers have reaped benefits as the batters decide to target the others, as Fani Simadri is difficult to hit away. Ricardo Powell, run a ball 2 for him. Fani Simadri, just doing what he's earned his bread and butter from. Ball from that length, a nagging length. Don't let the right-hander smash it away on the leg side. The keeper is up, so you can't dance down the track. You're always running the risk of getting out stumped. And the change in pace is crucial. Absolutely wonderful. What a good pick he is for 22 yards, Sultan. Just continuing the experience from a minor league for Seattle Thunderbolts. It's not a clean pickup, but it's a single and a single. It's not something which will send shockwaves. 22 yards, Sultan know that they have enough of a cushion. It's the big hits that they need to curtail. Can Pavan get the big shots? Wonderful delivery. A single which was eventually taken. Almost as an afterthought. 2 singles at the moment. Oh, that's gone straight up in the air. Begging to be taken. Simplest of catches. Fani Simadri is amongst the wickets too. He's never too far away from one, in fact. Inducing the leading edge. That cutter of his. So accurate, so nagging. Fani Simadri. Wickets after wickets in the minor league. Now sending Ricardo Powell back. Good catch by Javon. Keeping it calm, keeping himself collected, pouching it to perfection, no problem. Ricardo departs. 118 for 9. In a serious danger of being bundled out here, MSD. But the game's virtually lost here unless Zia and Pavan decide to go bonkers. Both of them are known for hitting, yes, but big hitting. Pavan a little more so. Swing and a miss, and it's a ubiquitous sight for batters facing Fani Simadri. 3 overs, 12 for 1 for Fani Simadri. 17 overs gone, 118 for 9. Mohammad Asif, he can deliver that lethal Yorker. If one of them gets
Baba
in
Chalta!
the block hole, could be game over. 3 of 2 for Pavan. Big hitting required. Lot of elevation required. As he saunters to the other end, realizes that the required rate is getting bigger and bigger. Mohammad Asif is never in a hurry. Takes his own sweet time, always keeps line and length as main priority. Swing is something second nature to him. Straight down the ground, the umpire does well to duck. Mohammad Mohsin will clean it up. It's only a single. Again, this game's gotten into a quieter phase. Required rate suggesting you need 4 big hits every over. Got him this time. It is game over indeed. It's the Yorker which makes the stumps look like a gate. Middle stumps lying dead to signal the end of the game itself. 120 and MSD are bundled out. A convincing victory for 22 yards Sultan as they advance in the tournament. Handshakes will begin as it's been a hard-fought game of cricket, but very one-sided because 22 yards Sultan were up for the task. They've been clinical in all departments of the game. Win by a hefty margin of 61 runs to do a world of good to their net run rate as well. 22 yards Sultan. They have ruled this game first with a bat in hand and then with a clinical performance on the field. All it took was 17.3 overs to bundle out the opposition, as very soon the customary handshakes will begin as well. All in all, it's been a great game of cricket. And MSD, they were tottering, they were struggling to get to the target, and all in all could manage only 120, falling short by 61 runs to try and break even with the opponents. The opponents being 22 yards Sultan. 1 for Burhan Johar, not good enough. Sagar Patel got a start. Ryan Scott inside. Abdullah departing early, mirroring their figures almost. Abdullah Khan Malik got off to a positive start and he held the key for a while. Shayan Hackett's 23 also came good, but no contributions thereafter, leaving too much to be done for the lower middle order. 22 yards Sultan, very clinical with their bowling options. 5 bowlers used so far. Mohammad Asif picked up 4 crucial wickets. Rusty Theron chipped in with 2, so did Javon, also completing 2 fantastic catches in the bargain. Mohammad Mohsin's gone wicketless, but he kept things tight. Fani Simadri picked up a wicket owing to that leading edge in his 3 overs. 12 runs given away and a good economy of 4, keeping things tight to the last moment to ensure victory for 22 yards Sultan. 61 runs is a big margin indeed. And confirmation, 22 yards Sultan will advance in the tournament. I'm Suhas Vedam. It was great fun bringing the first game to you. We'll meet you shortly with the second encounter. Remember, it's a double header in Bhullar Cup 2022. It's blink and miss kind of action, so don't go anywhere. We'll meet you shortly with the second one.